Shalom, people. We out here again, Tuesday, February 4th. We out here. Right now, we in Plainfield, I believe, one of the Plainfields. North, south, Plainfield, who knows? Maybe Plainfield. It's been a slow but steady night. Check that out. Fairly quiet. Just driving tonight. Just, kind of productive because gas goes. But I ain't got to drive, so I ain't got to drive. So all I can do is keep on driving. But so I don't know. They must have been talking about. Let's check my social media. Chicken is juicy. Imagine being a grown man and saying, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. If you were such a bitch that you need to be talked to like a bitch so that you can process the information to help you stop being a bitch, then you're always going to be a bitch. Sometimes the things that are hardest to hear are the things you need to hear most. Imagine being a grown man and saying, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. If you were such a bitch that you need to be talked to like a bitch so that you can process the information to help you stop being a bitch, then you're always going to be a bitch. Bitch, you will continue to be your own frailty, yourself, and you will deserve to be. Good advice is good advice. If you don't want to see it because it wasn't said nicely, then fuck off. At the end of the day, no one truly gives a shit if you die. So who do you think gives a shit if you cry? Your feelings are every bit as insignificant as you. And you need to jitsu around them to force you to not be a loser. You're afraid to be as worthless as you want to be. If you want to be offended, change genders. You'll fit in with the rest of the Transformers. But if you want to sometimes the things that are hardest to hear are the things you need to hear most.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna lay that right there. Just for a second. Holy shit. Can't really say I disagree with his entire spiel. But there is something to be said, for proper speech. I don't mind rude speech. I don't mind being spoken to harshly, as long as what's being said is productive and constructive. Just to talk shit though, crack jokes, nah, that'll get you smacked in the mouth. Like, I don't really give a fuck about how you feel about that either. That's correct.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
You good? I'm gonna wait till you get in, all right? My bad, y'all. Got a fucking call.
So everybody about that section blown out because it got scammed because it's stop using your car insurance if it's more than $39. A Mexican drug lord has been arrested in Mexico. His name is Ricardo Gonzalez Sasuera, also known as El Ricky. He's been arrested in Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, after Trump's calls for Mexico to take out cartel leaders. There have also been reports of gunfights breaking out as a result of this. So the Secretary of Security and Citizen Protection said this. He's a leader of a group that generates violence and operates in Nuevo Leon, Tamaulipas, and Coahuila. I think that's how you pronounce it. He is linked to extortion and multiple attacks on forces of civil police officers in Nuevo Leon. Government officials are being told to shelter in place as these shootings start to escalate due to this happening. According to sources, El Ricky is the leader of a cartel del Noreste who just yesterday attacked soldiers in Nuevo Laredo. 3 have been killed and 1's been arrested. The Mexican drug lord has been arrested in Mexico. His name is Ricardo Gonzalez. Did you know there's a way to become your own bank?
Is this new information, anybody? Like the fact that so so-called black people, so-called African American black men, women, and children are actually indigenous to this land? Is that new information, or you know that already? I'm curious. A lot of people didn't know. When I was a kid, like I'm an old head now. When I was a kid, there was still black families that knew that they were indigenous. I remember they used to say that shit proudly. I'm Cherokee. I'm Crow. I'm Blackfoot. I'm Iroquois. That was rare. The Iroquois one was rare, but there still was people out there. Now no one claims it. I mean, they're coming back to it, but is it new information? Like, are you aware is this old information, or you just finding out that black people, African American so called, are actually not African or American, that they're indigenous, natives to this land? Anyway, that's more. This is the only proof we have of time travel, and it's absolutely terrifying. In 1923, archaeologists uncovered a sealed tomb in Egypt. Inside, they found something that defied logic. A photograph dated 1987. It showed a man in modern clothing standing in front of the tomb, holding a camera. The man was identified as Elon Huck, a scientist who vanished in 1987 while working on a top-secret government project called Kronos. The project's goal: to unlock time travel, but it was shut down after Huck disappeared without a trace. The photograph had a chilling message scrawled on the back. I tried to stop it, but the loop is inevitable. Years later, in 1980, another photograph surfaced. This one showed Elon Huck, now decades older, standing in front of the same tomb. The date on the photo: 2025. Experts were stunned. How could a man exist in 3 different timelines? And what did he mean by the loop is inevitable? The final clue was found in Huck's 1987 lab notes. Time isn't linear, it's a loop, and I'm trapped in it. But here's the twist. In 2023, a team of researchers decided to open the tomb again. Inside, they found a camera, the same one from the photographs. When they developed the film, it showed a picture of them standing in the tomb, dated 2045. This is the only proof we have of time travel, and it's absolutely terrifying. In 1923, archaeologists uncovered a sealed tomb in Egypt. Inside, they found something that defied logic. A photograph dated 1987. It showed a man in modern clothing standing in front of the tomb, holding a camera. The man was identified as Elon Huck, a scientist who vanished in 1987 while working on a top-secret government project called Kronos. The project's goal: to unlock time travel, but it was shut down after Huck disappeared without a trace. The photograph had a chilling message scrawled on the back. I tried to stop it, but the loop is inevitable. Years later, in 1980, another photograph surfaced. This one showed Elon Huck, now decades older, standing in front of the same tomb. The date on the photo: 2025. Experts were stunned. How could a man exist in 3 different timelines? And what did he mean by the loop is inevitable? The final clue was found in Huck's 1987 lab notes. Time isn't linear, it's a loop, and I'm trapped in it. But here's the twist. In 2023, a team of researchers decided to open the tomb again. Inside, they found a camera, the same one from the photographs. When they developed the film, it showed a picture of them standing in the tomb, dated 2045. This is the only proof we have of time travel. Hey, Jersey, do you want to know? Okay, if you were anything like me, and as soon as you lay down, one side of your nose stuffs up. Mine happens to be this side. And while we were wrapped up and indulged in everything that's happening in the world right now, the plane crashes and all the extra shit that's going on in the world, did y'all know that they changed their American flag? They changed the motherfucking American flag from 50 stars to 9. And ask me how I know, because I was just scrolling on the Department of Justice website today, and I realized that the flag did not have 50 stars. It had 9. And then I went to the Department of Education website to see if I was tripping, and the flag had 9 stars on that bitch too. So then that's for the 9 governorships, the 9 districts. Look into that. They're chopping the country into 9 governorships. Anyway, went to the Department of Education, and the bitch had 9 stars on that too. So then I'm like, fuck it, let me go see what this shit means. So I searched the shit on Google, and it popped up with an AI answer, and it said 9 stars on a flag means the first 9 states to secede from the Union. Very much Confederacy. It's given very much really going back in time.
But if y'all think I'm playing, go look that shit up. Go to the Department of Justice right now and look at the very top. At the very top, it's real small, but it's a flag in the top left corner. And it has 9 stars on that bitch. They changed the American fucking flag, and we over here distracted about some more shit, y'all. I'm telling y'all, boy, we going in some
Hello, how are you?
fucking times. And while we were
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
do not declare bankruptcy or trigger warning. The Grammy goes to. You gotta be kidding me. These guys found the entrance to the ice wall right before I was about to go and discover for myself in the Antarctic Ocean. I had just organized a group of 4 people out of the 5 that we need, but it looks like the race is on and these guys found it first. What is that, brother? Did you see that? It looks like land past Antarctica. I've been saying this the entire time for over a year, especially after this photo got leaked, which is supposedly a drone shot of a city right next to the ice hole in Antarctica. And it is just described like what Admiral Byrd said when he flew over Antarctica 100 years ago. He saw lush vegetation and new land nobody has ever seen before. You know what? I can't be too mad at these guys because all they're doing is proving the rest of us right. We know that there's secret land there that has been hidden from us. Occur an age of exploration, and we're going to be expanding. There's going to be a huge boom in technology within the next few years. I'm calling it. Just wait and see. You gotta be kidding me. These guys found the entrance to the ice wall right before I was about to go and discover for myself in the Antarctic Ocean. I had just organized a group of 4 people out of the 5 that we need, but it looks like the race is on and these guys found it first. What is that over there? Did you see that? It looks like land past Antarctica. I've been saying this the entire time for over a year, especially after this photo got leaked, which is supposedly a drone shot of a city right next to the ice hole in Antarctica. And it is just described like what Admiral Byrd said when he flew over Antarctica 100 years ago. And he saw lush vegetation and new land nobody has ever seen before. You know what? I can't be too mad at these guys because all they're doing is proving the rest of us right. We know that there's secret land out there that has been hidden from us. And I've been telling you, there's a new age that is about to occur, an age of exploration. And we're going to be expanding. There's going to be a huge boom in technology within the next few years. I'm calling it. Just wait and see. You gotta be kidding me. These guys found the entrance to the ice wall right before I was about to go and discover for myself in the Antarctic Ocean. I had just organized a group of 4 people out of the 5 that we need, but it looks like the race is on and these guys found it first. What is that over there? Did you see that? It looks like land past Antarctica. I've been saying this the entire time for over a year, especially after this photo got leaked, which is supposedly a drone shot of a city right next to the ice wall in Antarctica. And it is just described like what Admiral Byrd said when he flew over Antarctica 100 years ago. And he saw lush vegetation and new land nobody has ever seen before. You know what? I can't be too mad at these guys because all they're doing is proving the rest of us right. We know that there's secret land out there. Last time, select life insurance. So all of North America is now fully aware that Donald Trump is not fucking around. Mexico and Canada both folded up in 24 hours. That's how longer they made it. All that fucking talking bluster out of fucking Trudeau and that fat dude Ford. Oh, we're gonna fucking. You didn't do shit. You didn't do shit. You folded up like little bitches. You got 30 days. Canada and Mexico have 30 days to lock down their border. And guess what's going to happen at the end of that 30 days, or probably sooner? You're going to get a new set of marching orders to fucking pay attention to. And I bet you it happens a lot fucking quicker this time. Yeah, it will. Because China, they fucking learned. China got a 10% tariff. They saw Trudeau getting fucking slapped around. They're like, we're not even going to fucking open our mouths. China knows. And guess what?
Yeah. You're welcome, dear. You have a good night. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Head to your pickup on County Highway 501.
Europe's about to fucking find out. You see how Trump keeps saying, like, they've been treating us very poorly in trade for many years? Many years, dude? It's the fucking Marshall Plan. You know what the Marshall Plan is? The Marshall Plan was enacted after World War II to rebuild Europe. The Marshall Plan, nobody even knows what the fuck it consisted of. You know what it consisted of? Us, the U.S., allowing all of Europe to tariff our products in a way to fund rebuilding their countries in 1948, right? That's when it started. And it's never ended. They've been doing it for almost 80 fucking years. That's what Trump is talking about. So, Europe, take a fucking cue because you're fucking, Trump's coming for you next. Yeah, that shit's done. We're done with that. He is done being the world's bitch, and we were watching the old system being torn down brick by brick every day. Doge is out there with a fucking bulldozer, just laying waste to the deep state. $60 billion saved as of today. That's not even with the USAID savings in there. That's 100 to 200 billion. At this pace, what is this going to look like in 6 months? They were like, can Trump clean it all up in fucking just 4 years? It's like, 4 years? By August, I don't even know if there's going to be 10 guys left working in the entire government. And I fucking love it. I never thought we would see speed like this. They burn one agency to the ground. CNN, by the time they get their sob story together and on the news, Trump and Doge have already burned 3 more to the ground, dude. And they don't even have their fucking pants on yet, America. This is what the upswing looks like. This is a new world. I thought they would be able to put up more of a fight, but Donald Trump's too quick for them. This is beautiful, people. I'm just waiting for the arrests now. Like, with the amount of corruption they have uncovered, I am more than betting that by the time all the confirmations are completed, RFK tomorrow morning, that's going to be the big one. If RFK gets in, we will know that this is going to be a revolution. People, welcome to the upswing. Long live this beautiful republic.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't really know what to say about all that. Yeah. Trump and his tariffs. And if it's true that it's how the country became wealthy, then I'm all for it. Right? It ain't gonna affect my bottom line either way, right? Poor people are gonna remain poor. Rich people are gonna remain rich. The only chance that anyone has is the middle class, I believe, where they're gonna get a foothold back. They're gonna establish themselves as the middle class. But we'll see. Trump's different like that. Let's see what you got popping.
Able to access 100% of its brain power. They want you to believe it's pure fantasy, but nature has its own version of that red pill, and it's closer than what you think. And most people, especially young people,
Going to do like in the
earth is flat, and this is why they're gaslighting you into defending a fairy tale. Wake up before it's too late. Why die on a hill for a globe that's full of plot holes? Polaris never moves. Point a telescope, hit track, and watch it sit dead still. Forever. Ancient star maps, identical to today. So why does science claim we're hurtling through space at 6,600 miles per hour? And why did they build those the Georgia Guidestones, the one monument that proved Earth isn't spinning? Coincidence? Does the blaring physics fail? You can't have a pressurized atmosphere inside an infinite vacuum. Try inflating a balloon in space. It pops. But Earth's air magically stays put. Sure, Jan. A flat, stationary Earth explains it all. Fixed stars, calm oceans, and why NASA space is just CGI. Gravity, a myth. Things fall because density, not magic. Ancient cultures knew this. Schools taught it until Rockefeller hijacked education in 1903, swapping truth for worker drones. The Georgia Guidestones' Polaris alignment stayed perfect for 40 years, until they destroyed it. NASA's vacuum doesn't suck our air away. Your soda bottle explodes at high altitude. Earth's atmosphere, zero leaks. Weird, right? And Rockefeller's own words, I want workers, not thinkers. Mission accomplished. If you're done defending lies, hit follow. And don't forget, this is for entertainment purposes. The Earth is...
Figures on blood type. Just on blood type alone would show some type of value to this truth that I'm telling you guys right now. See, if you're a form of any kind of positive blood type, whether it's O or A or AB or whatever, you derive from the rhesus monkey lineage. If you are a Rh negative blood type, you come from a missing link. They have no idea where you come from. But I can tell you this, here's the characters of an O negative blood type. I can give my blood to anybody here on Earth, but I can only receive the O negative blood type. It's the only way it works. If I decide to procreate with anybody that's a positive blood type, whoever's in a relationship will have to get the RhoGAM shot, or the body will push the fetus out of its body. You know what I'm saying? So it's very interesting just by studying the characteristics of the ancient line of the O negative blood type, not the O positive, the O negative. So that right there, that research alone, trying to find where this missing link comes from, it always came from the Sumerian, Anunnaki, Elohim gods, whatever you want to call it. That's what this is. This is what this big reveal right before your eyes is coming in.
UV light lowers blood pressure. UV light increases the efficiency of the heart. UV light improves EKG. UV light balances cholesterol. UV light assists weight loss. UV light is a treatment for skin conditions. UV light is also an effective treatment for many disorders. Going back to light therapy of 1933 in Germany, where they used to heal people with light. Then you go, UV light increases the level of hormones. People suffering from low testosterone or altered estrogen sitting in the sun. Then we go, UV light activates important skin hormones such as vitamin D, natural sources.
with that burden of the mortgage. Crazy, right? These are the top 3 reasons why you need a mortgage protection plan. 1, if you pass away, up to $1 million coverage is tax-free and offered to your family. 2, the living benefits covers you up to $250,000 tax-free if you're diagnosed with a critical illness or a disability. 3, it's so easy to sign up. There's no medical exams, and it gives you the coverage right away. And all these payouts are tax-free, so your loved ones get every single cent and nothing is taken out. I'll leave the link below if you want to look into the mortgage protection with living benefits. Did you know that if you die and you have a mortgage, your family is left with that burden of the mortgage? Crazy, right? These are the top 3 reasons why you need a mortgage protection plan. 1, if you pass away, up to 1.
How are you? I sent you a message. Did you get it? Ma'am? Message? Did you read it? Where are we going? Huh? Yes. Did you get that? Where are we going? Is your ride in New Jersey? Okay, no. Pennsylvania. All right, I'll take it. Fuck it. Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
It seems as though quite a few people are really upset about our new Department of Government Efficiency, aka DOGE, created by President Trump, Elon Musk, and the big Ramaswamy. The department is created to save taxpayers the frivolous amount of money that Congress is spending every year on absolutely ridiculous things. But maybe you don't know what they are, so hold on. Let me get my answers because I'll let you know. Okay. So this is what Elon Musk has gotten rid of so far. The National Squirrel Census. Yeah. $2.3 million a year to count squirrels. I guess. I'm not sure. Then there's the Federal Committee on Sandwich Standards. I don't know. I just don't know. But it costs us $5 million a year. The Bureau of Uneven Sidewalk Awareness. Okay. Are you aware of uneven sidewalks? I can tell an uneven sidewalk when I see one or walk on one. But anyway, it costs us $1.8 million a year. Then there's the National Soap Carving Championship grant. Yeah, okay. $700,000 a year. Then we have the Bureau of Left-Handed Scissors. Okay. I didn't know scissors came right-handed and left-handed. I just thought, you had to switch hands. But anyway, that costs us $250,000 a year. Then there is the National Rock Appreciation Day Initiative. these will roll off. Huh? Hands roll cheap. I'm confused. $1.2 million a year though. Here is the Office of Inflatable Pool Regulation. $500,000 a year. Quick research fund. I can't even begin to understand what that might be about. But okay, $4 million a year. And last but not least, at least on this list, at least of the first ones that he got rid of, there is the National Database of Presidential Hairstyles. I don't know about you, but I didn't know that was important. However, it cost us $800,000 a year. So I don't know would anybody or why anybody would be mad about our money, our tax dollars being saved on this frivolous crap and our government not spending our tax dollars on this mess every single year, as well as sending all of our money to other countries while we have homeless piling up on the streets and people really suffering in this country. So if you're upset about it, get over yourself.
Finally, it's here. Hey, Uber.
Hey,
Terrible.
this smells really good.
Really? You're like the 10 people to say something. That's really cool.
What? What is it? Like, tell me.
It's shovels.
What? Oh. Damn, this smells good. Oh my god. Hey. No, pick it up. This is the perfect gift. So how much is it?
Way less.
$50?
Way less.
Oh my god, now you're fucking with me. How much?
It was less than seven. It was like six something.
Six something?
Like less than $7.
$7?
Yes.
There's no way. I've never seen a cologne for less than that. We're gonna get it.
Oh, on TikTok shops. There's gonna be a little link right at the bottom of.
Yeah.
Or a shopping cart. It's all crazy.
Americans are digging themselves into a deep financial hole approaching $1 trillion in credit card debt.
Please do not file for bankruptcy or apply for a consolidation. Y'all mind if we take a quick break from this? Because I'm trying to find out if Guantanamo Bay is the new Ellis Island. Let's talk about it. Beautiful place, isn't it? But did you know it also served as the nation's major immigration station from 1892 to 1924? In these 32 years, they brought in 12 million European immigrants. To put that in perspective, the so-called transatlantic slave trade, which allegedly lasted for 366 years, brought the same amount of people. Only 2 million of them died during the Middle Passage. These people literally came with nothing but the clothes on their back in conditions like these. They talk a lot in school about slave ships, but ships like these brought over millions and millions of people who look like this and this. Millions. Which left millions of children without homes or parents. Whose grandparents are these? What does this have to do with immigration? All of these people were processed by the immigration authorities and obtained permission to enter the United States. So it turns out I was wrong when I said that's not exactly why I brought you here. You see, some immigrants were denied entry and thus detained. And this is what makes me wonder, y'all mind if we take a quick break from this? Because I'm
for use though on this video.
March 7th, 2025. You are going to be the first millionaire in your family.
That she had flipped the narrative completely. Pilar seemed visibly uncomfortable, and even Whoopi Goldberg appeared unsure of how to handle the situation. But things were about to get even more heated when Whoopi tried to step in. As soon as Levitt started discussing media rhetoric and its real-world consequences, Goldberg attempted to steer the conversation away from Trump, but it backfired dramatically. Whoopi tried to shift the conversation to unrelated topics, but Levitt wasn't having it. "Oh no, please," she interrupted firmly. "Let's stay on topic." Levitt then went on to highlight how false narratives about Trump being a threat to democracy have emboldened extremists and led to dangerous real-world consequences. Her refusal to let Whoopi deflect the discussion was both bold and powerful. It demonstrated that Levitt wasn't intimidated by the panel's usual tactics of deflection and distraction. In fact, Goldberg's attempt to interrupt only strengthened Levitt's arguments, and viewers took notice. Social media exploded with praise for how Levitt handled the situation, with many commenting one of the most impactful moments in recent political debate on television. But Levitt wasn't done exposing the view's hypocrisy. She didn't just defend herself, she called out the show's double standards. One of the most striking moments came when Levitt pointed out the show's supposed commitment to women's empowerment. She pointed out how a few who loves to trouble. Like this is the huge news. So Robbie Starbucks posted on X saying the highest ranking Treasury official, David A. Lebrick, is resigning rather than complying with the request by Doge for access to audit where they've spent trillions of dollars a year. Why would career bureaucrats fear an audit by Elon Musk and Doge to see where we can save money? So then Elon shared this post to his account and added, quote, the Doge team discovered, among other things, that payment approval officers at Treasury were instructed to always approve payments, even to known fraudulent or terrorist groups. They literally never denied a payment in their entire career, not even once. And then he did another post on X where Elon Musk did, where he gave examples like the Pentagon spending $600 million a year on sushi. The Air Force spent $1,280 per paper coffee cup. And he said, like, literally each individual paper coffee cup. The IRS spent $230,000 every month on Starbucks cinnamon roast K-cups, even though everyone was working at home and no one was in the office. So the fact that this Treasury official is resigning, I think it tells us that, he knows what they did was wrong and shit's about to hit the fan, so he's dumping shit. Treasury is in some deep trouble. Like, this is
Bitch, I'm a Marine veteran. I'm 350, 6'7". I bitch 890. You been picking up your ass fight your cousin, bitch. Hands on me first. I'm finna put my hands on you, do it then, bitch. Since you a veteran, we gonna put you on a flag for the shirt. Stand out for your country in this bitch. You know when somebody die, you can get plates and shit made with their face up. You wanna play? I'm a soldier. You can't fuck it. That's good, cause bitch, now I know you know how to stand at attention in a box, just like this. Cause don't make me have to send them people your fucking army boots and hat in the mail. I will honorably discharge your bitch ass from this dimension. I've been shot at plenty of times, but have you ever passed the fuck away though? It's the question. You ain't bulletproof either, bitch, but I am ready to die, bitch. I woke up with this shit. The only thing you can possibly gain from this altercation is an autopsy. So they had to turn your ass into a pack. Your cousin lived to tell the story, bitch. You think you that fucking lucky? My best friend Glock got 30 cousins. You wanna meet them? I'm from Bastrop, Louisiana. I ain't never turned a bitch into a Facebook post, but you could be the first. Hey, bitch, I'm a Marine veteran. Scientists have reportedly discovered a lost continent unlike any other continent we have today off the coast of Australia. Scientists are also predicting that Earth could get an 8th continent and a new ocean sooner than what they thought. What if these predictions and discoveries have bigger implications than what you think? You see, an interesting theory that has been circulating for quite some time now is that there are more continents in our world than what we've been told, and that there are continents far away that have been purposely hidden from us. One of the most interesting discussions that stems from these ideas is that UFOs don't actually come from outer space or planets millions of miles away, but instead from continents right in our world that we simply don't know exist. And this isn't coming from overactive imaginations. It all comes from people in modern and ancient history who claim to have been taken by an unknown craft to areas not in space, but right in our world that are far greater technologically than anything we've ever seen. With that being said, what if these reports of new continents being discovered or added to us, and even talks about the Galactic Federation, is just a way to slowly get us prepared to become aware and integrate into a side of the world that's been hidden from us? Scientists have reportedly discovered a...
He was deported for telling the truth about the ophthalmological industry. See?
Have you ever tried adding this to a glass of water before bed to improve your vision? Glasses help you see better, right? Wrong. And eye drops? No. Let me share what I recommend to my patients to naturally restore crystal clear vision. You might not know this, but your eyes are like cameras capturing images. But it's your brain that does the heavy lifting, processing all that information so you can see. The problem is, over time, the cells responsible for this processing start to deteriorate. And here's the big question: is rushing out to buy new bifocals or trifocals really going to solve the problem? The answer is no. Studies show that glasses just mess the way. It's like putting a luxury lens in a camera. It doesn't make
To make it easier, I placed the TikTok shop link in the bottom left corner of the screen. Just click on the orange card and enjoy. But hurry, promotion stocks are running out in less than 48 hours. Don't miss it. He was deported for telling the truth about the ophthalmological. The transit cleaner position is open. There's no examination fee. There's no education requirement. You just have to create an account on the NTA website and apply. So they should be sending out an email and like. Ever felt like you couldn't put that controller down? Like.
It's very exciting event. We have a sovereign wealth fund, which we never had. We have a lot of things that create wealth. You've seen that over the last 2 weeks. I think we've created more wealth. Other people have created new wealth. The people, my predecessors, we've been creating a lot of wealth. We're going to stand this thing up, but in the next 12 months, we're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people. We're going to put the assets to work. And I think it's going to be very exciting.
Okay, more good news and more proof that we're moving into a technologically advanced world where the people hold the power. Let me break it down to you. Follow me, because as this keeps growing, there's going to be a lot of confusion, a lot of vagueness. But if you know Web3 and the new technology that's coming, you can see exactly what Trump is doing. Trump is setting the foundation for an AI-driven, fast, technologically advanced, you can do all over moving very fast without sketching middlemen in the way, with the people in power and the people who then want wealth. In the video, Lord Trump said he's going to create a sovereign wealth fund. A man said that we're going to monetize assets for the American people. What did you say that meant?
Picasso has already been awakened, regaining the memories, and soon have their powers. With this silver flash yet to come on, won't know what to do. These are the first fruit. 144,000 is sealed and awake. I don't think the Kawan understand what this means. The chosen ones are overjoyed. Gaining all their memories, this mean madness is on them. They know what's coming. Just picture this. 144,000 black people with superpower godlike abilities. Me, trying to warn them we're dealing with something we don't quite understand. They are ancient gods primordial. They know that this is God, chosen people, and this is their land. And 144,000 has already been awakened, regaining the memories, and soon have their powers. With this silver flash yet to come on, won't know what to do. These are the first fruit. 144,000 is sealed and awake. I don't think the Kawan understand what this means. The chosen ones are overjoyed. Gaining all their memories, this mean madness is on them. They know what's coming. Just picture this. 144,000 black people with superpower godlike abilities. Me, trying to warn them we're dealing with something we don't quite understand. They are ancient gods primordial. They know immediately. Don't wait.
so happy that that is helping change your FYP. Something else happened today as well. I was chatting to a friend of mine, and her 16-year-old daughter was at school when the blip happened in America, and we lost all of US content. And she and all her friends were hating TikTok because it wasn't the content they were used to, and they actually said that they found the content that was shining through boring. And I guess that's true for kids because they want those high impact, loud videos, whereas the majority of World Talk content isn't like that. It's just people like me chatting to a camera, showing off where we are, and we love it. I'm loving being able to see the usually mundane lives of just normal people around the globe. It makes me feel connected with everyone, and I know that that's the same for everybody else. So please keep making those videos wherever you are in the world, whatever you're doing, just make that video and just keep doing it, and so we can all stay connected and we can all see what the world is like outside of our little bubble. And remember, World Talk is just a hashtag World Talk. Pop into search bar and enjoy what you find. This is World Talk, so I'm still seeing comments from people asking how they can access World Talk. Is it a separate app? No, it's part of TikTok. All you have to do is put hashtag World Talk into the search bar, and you should be able to access content from all over the globe. I've also seen a lot of comments, like hundreds of people saying that since following me and liking my videos, that's now changed their FYP. And if that's the case, then amazing. I am so happy that that is helping change your FYP. Something else happened today as well. I was chatting to a friend of mine, and his 16-year-old daughter was at school when the blip happened in America, and we lost all of US content. And she and all her friends were hating TikTok because there wasn't the content they were used to, and they actually said that they found the content that was shining through boring. And I guess that's true for kids because they want those high impact, loud videos, whereas the majority of World Talk content isn't like that. It's just people like me chatting to a camera, showing off where we are, and we love it. I am loving being able to see the usually mundane lives of just normal people around the globe. It makes me feel connected with everyone, and I know that that's the same for everybody else. So please keep making those videos wherever you are in the world, whatever you're doing, just make that video and just keep doing it, and so we can all stay connected and we can all see what the world is like outside of our world. And remember, World Talk is just a hashtag World Talk. Pop into search bar and enjoy what you find. This is World Talk, so I'm still seeing comments from people asking how they can access World Talk. Is it a separate app? No, it's part of TikTok. All you have to do is put hashtag World Talk into the search bar.
And a North Carolina professor is going viral after posting a welcome video on TikTok for her African American Studies class. The video with more than 4 million views is kicking off a movement known as Hillman Talk. Now professors and other experts are using the hashtag to share their own lessons, with some dubbing the collection Hillman Talk University, TikTok's first HBCU. And North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University Assistant Professor Leah Barlow is here with more on that. Professor Barlow, so glad to have you on now to learn a little bit more about how this all started. So you've been posting on TikTok since fall of 2024. What was it like to see this video take off the way that it did, and now the movement it's created? It was shocking, a little terrifying, but I think the movement that has come out of it has been amazing to watch. And a North Carolina professor is going viral after posting a welcome video on TikTok for her African American Studies class. The video with more than 4 million views is kicking off a movement known as Hillman Talk. Now professors and other experts are using the hashtag to share their own lessons, with some dubbing the collection Hillman Talk University, TikTok's first HBCU. And North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University Assistant Professor Leah Barlow is here with more on that. Professor Barlow, so glad to have you on now to learn a little bit more about how this all started. So you've been posting on TikTok since fall of 2024. What was it like to see this video take off the way that it did, and now the movement it's created? It was shocking, a little terrifying, but I think the movement that has come out of it has been amazing to watch. And a North Carolina professors going viral after posting a welcome video on TikTok for her African American Studies class. The video with more than 4 million views is kicking off a movement known as Hillman Talk. Now professors and other experts are using the hashtag to share their own lessons, with some dubbing the collection Hillman Talk University, TikTok's first HBCU.
Up to 3.5 grand per month if you are above the age of 49, and I'm going to show you how. My name is Mark, and my team and I specialize in helping individuals just like you to access the social security, disability insurance benefits that you need. All you need to do to see if you qualify is click the form below. If you do, you can receive up to 3.5 grand per month. Stop the constant worry about how to pay for your bills and start enjoying the financial security you deserve. Fill out the form below and see if you qualify. The government will pay up to 3.5 grand per month if you are above the age of 49, and I'm going to show you how. My name is Mark, and my team and I specialize in helping individuals just like you to access the social security, disability insurance benefits that you need. All you need to do to see if you qualify is click the form below. If you do, you can receive up to 3.5 grand per month. Stop the constant worry about how to pay for your bills and start enjoying the financial security you deserve. Fill out the form below and see if you qualify. The government will pay up to 3.5 grand per month if you are above the age of 49, and I'm going to show you how. My name is Mark, and my team and I specialize in helping individuals just like you to access the social security, disability insurance benefits that you need. All you need to do to see if you qualify is click the form below. If you do, you can receive up to 3.5 grand per month. Stop the constant worry about how to pay for your bills and start enjoying the financial security you deserve. When you find home, walk outside, you turn on your phone, there's no signal. You go back inside, you turn on the TV, no signal. You turn on the radio, no power. You turn on the faucet, no water. You turn on the fridge, no refrigeration. Your food starts to spoil. You walk outside, cars pile up, no street lights. Within 3 to 5 days, the food is gone from the grocery stores. And the trucks, with the city council on to supply that food. Within a week or two, the sewage system starts to overflow and contaminates what remains of the water supply. The societal order starts to break down. The emergency responders have now left their positions, like many did during Katrina, to protect themselves and their own family. The unfortunate news is that the threat of such a blackout is very real. And that can happen today. That's how
affecting the entire or a large portion of the United States of America. Imagine what that's like. You walk outside, you turn on your phone, there's no signal. You go back inside, you turn on the TV, no signal. You turn on the radio, no power. You turn on the faucet, no water. You turn on the fridge, no refrigeration. Your food starts to spoil. You walk outside, cars pile up, no street lights. Within 3 to 5 days, the food is gone from the grocery stores. And the trucks that the city counts on to resupply that food aren't coming. Within a week or two, the sewage system starts to overflow and contaminates what remains of the water supply. Societal order starts to break down. The emergency responders have now left their positions, like many did during Katrina, to protect themselves and their own family. The unfortunate news is that the threat of such a blackout is very real, and that can happen today. That's how World War III started.
And all these other organizations gave over $6 billion to Haiti for the relief effort, especially during the kind of natural disasters that you guys have gone through. Is that true?
No, it's more than true. The money is just more than $6 billion. You see, after the earthquake, countries around the world donate millions of dollars. The amount was much larger than $6 billion. And Bill Clinton was in charge of the money. And not only people around the world, but also Americans.
Change is small and easy.
We have every reason to be mad.
I try to refuse to give her a ride because of her weight. Lyft don't give a fuck. Also, because the drop.
Let's just.
I try to refuse to give her a ride because of her weight. Lyft don't give a fuck. Also, because the driver refused to give you a ride, not Lyft. Because he didn't want his shots hooked up. He didn't want his tires to go flat. Look at your baby go out here. There ain't a seat in nobody's car that can fit your. You need a bus, a van. What am I was with the sliding door where they snatch you in and rape you? That's what you need. You need one of them old fashioned rape vans from the 80s. Got a big old motherfucker can walking well on earth. Nigga talk about you a planet. You have a gravitational pull. God damn it. How the fuck I'm gonna make money? You see my goddamn car. My car gonna be broke down. Yeah, I'm a Lyft driver. I'm not a motherfucker. Nobody can lift you. We need to change the name of the company called Katie. Big. No. Lyft. Hell no. No, we can roll you. We can roll you because you're rollable. Stop eating. To make it through 17 with us. Eat some of this stupid fat, you motherfucker. Stop eating. Trying to blame it on everybody else for calling your ass fat. You know you're fat. Stop eating. Put a lock on the goddamn refrigerator. You don't need to go to the grocery store. Matter of fact, bunch of scared white woman who's crying that she don't eat for a week. Her kids don't eat for a week at the end of the month. Bring her by your house and feed her. Get a gym membership.
Antarctica, but they followed me back north. There's no easy way to say this, but the weeks that followed after I returned to the States, the things that began happening made it clear to me. The Pantheons were in fact among us. What kind of things? Countrywide blackouts. Okay, you might remember this from back in '98 when the Midwest was separated from the Eastern grid. Okay, of course, North America was. Exactly, except it wasn't. It was all the efforts of the Pantheons. That's not possible. Listen to me. They were trying to recreate their world, the Dark Continent, here inside of ours. Fast forward, I'm taken into custody by intelligence, and I'm convinced my run is over, right? This agent comes in to talk to me, and he says to me, he goes, "You are one dumb son of a bitch." And the look on his face got me thinking, this is probably a lot worse than power outages. He goes on to explain to me that these people from this dark continent over the past 2 weeks had infiltrated and silently taken over 7 of the most authoritatively crucial departments in the country. By the time he'd even gotten intelligence on it, it was too late. He says to me that the majority of his department is compromised as well, and that he can't even trust if he's talking to the real me. And so, look, he hands me this strange-looking headset device and tells me to put it on for a moment. When I asked him why, he told me that the Pantheon's neural manipulation abilities work through high-frequency manipulation, and that he can't even be sure he's talking to the real me until I do. What the hell happened after that? He told me that if his assumptions are correct, they were going to infiltrate the global cellular frequency infrastructure. They would try and use this to magnify their electromagnetic manipulation and basically seduce the entire world unknowingly. Jesus Christ, man. Is that what happened? Is that our reality? Well, not ours particularly, but someone's, yes. English, please. Look, I told him, what can we do? Like, how the hell do we fix this? But he just emphasized that it was too late, that this was why they prevent people from even knowing about the ice wall because of dangers like this. He said to me, unfortunately, at this point, all we can do is save ourselves. He told me that the CIA has had a century-long running project on matter displacement technology, that he's the only one with clearance to the facility. Look, he brings me into a private room and unveils a massive device. It was just round, liquid-like matter. He tells me that it was connected to an ethereal hive mind of cosmic networks. And out of all the other cosmic realities, there are thousands that also have one of these matter displacement devices actively running, one of which will be the new reality we walk into. You're from a different reality. Look, we take a good look at each other before we walk through, and I say to him, when we get to the other side, what are you going to do with me? And he's just initiating a self-destruct protocol on the machine before we go through. As he says to me, buddy, you compromised an entire timeline. When we arrive to the facility on the other side, I'm going to get a cup of coffee. You're going to go straight to maximum security containment. And so he says to me, now let's get the hell out of here, right? The system's self-destruct timer is ticking. And before we walk through, I just lunge at him like my life depends on it, tackling him to the ground as I say to him,
Oh, she did? Really? Is that so? Let me explain it to you like this. So, if a person is cast in a movie to play a certain character, and then during that movie, their character dies, does that mean that that person has also died? Or is it just the character that they're playing that no longer exists?
Seriously, I cannot understand you. You're out here. Shoot, and it gets to the right view line, sorry.
Now, with the last video, all you have to do is close your eyes and listen to both voices and compare them. And no doubt, you will come to the same conclusion as me. Now, here in this video, all we are doing is taking 2 people's faces and layering one on top of each other. And we are finding they have a 100% comparison match rate. So remember, when a character in a movie that you like ceases to exist in that movie because they have unfortunately died for some reason, that does not mean that the person who played that character has also ceased to exist. Oh, and if you're not following me yet, you flip and should do, and come onto my page as well and tap the notification bell at the top and click all so you don't miss none of my future uploads. Oh, she did? Really? Is that? This moment of break of war. Looking needs at least that. Is a discovery of the life.
Highway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good night.
Nazi wrote about Elon Musk in 1953 before he was even a thing. I'm about to have y'all thinking. Okay, so Werner von Braun was a Nazi aerospace engineer that wrote a book in 1953 about a war breaking out, essentially apocalyptic. Everyone had to flee to the planet Mars. When they get to the planet Mars, they meet something called the Elon. And the Elon is basically the ruler of this planet, right? The Elon. Mike, what did Elon just do in that speech? Was it the inauguration that he did the Roman salute? Y'all know what that was. Strange. Wanna know why that's strange? Because when Werner von Braun passed, on his headstone he left one Bible verse, and that Bible verse was Psalms 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork. That is the King James Version. If you look in the newer versions, it's going to say skies instead of firmament, but we all know why they changed it from firmament to skies. They don't want you to really know what's deep. So y'all know the fact that there is a vault or dome covering us that we cannot leave, meaning the whole space thing, yeah. So these are some questions. And Werner von Braun left that Bible verse on his headstone, clearly showing that he believes in the firmament. When this apocalypse happens, where are we actually going? Y'all remember
AI is supposed to basically run the line. Who is the main pusher of AI? Elon Musk. Where I'm supposed to go instead of Mars. AI will be running it. That sets a pretty good stage for, yeah, maybe someone like the answer. I don't know, maybe it's reach, but literally, when I learned about this, the Mars project, I was like, yo, the reason why I don't believe it's going to actually be Mars is besides the fact that the US only has a place called Devon Island where they have admitted that they use that to take pictures and then they say it's Mars. Like, it's a whole debacle. I don't listen to none of that. All I'm saying is something. As always, make sure you guys like and follow and let me know what you think in the comments.
This is a mini split system. Do you know why it's important to know why the dragon in the book of Revelation, chapter 20, was chained away for 2,000 years? Because that was 2,000 years ago. And that's the next one to trumpet. 2,000 years. On the sixth day, we're going to be right here toward the end of the second death. Because the thrones and the man that witnesses, that was the first resurrection. Now for you, Revelation chapter 20. Jesus Christ descends and locks the devil away with the dragon for 1,000 years right there. And it says right here that he was cast into a pit until the 1,000 years should be fulfilled. And after that he must be loosed the whole season. I don't know how long the whole season is, but I do know how long 1,000 years is. And I saw thrones, and they sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Jesus and for the word of God. The first person that John the Apostle writes about is John the Baptist, the witness from God. There was a man sent from God, his name was John. The same came forth witness to bear witness of the light, was not the light, came to bear the witness of that light. And right there is John the Baptist in a charger is like a plate. And they said the reign with Christ 1,000 years. This is the first resurrection. And the earth did quake, and the rocks rent, and the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose, and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city, and appeared unto many. Son of man, people got out of the ground, and lived and reigned with Christ 1,000 years, and this is the first resurrection. And 1,000 years right there. But the rest of the dead said not again until the 1,000 years were finished. And you're wondering why there's so much evil in the world. That's because the rest of the dead live again after the 1,000 years. It's like 1030 AD. Tells it right here. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. On such the second death hath no power, but they shall be priests of God and of Christ, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. It says right there that he who has part of the first resurrection, on such the second death hath no power. They're two separate events. And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison. I know that no man knoweth the day or the hour of the return of Christ. But those verses just read that the devil will be released after the second death. And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth, going and making to gather them together to battle. You know, a day is like 1,000 years. And that makes it the sixth day at the end of the second death. 2025 is the Jubilee year. We know that Christ's first coming was almost 2,000 years ago, somewhere around 30 AD. And if you add 2,000 years to that, you come up with somewhere around 2030 AD. Remember that part after he's released out of his prison, that he will go out and deceive the nations and gather them together. Ironically, that's
yeah, that was a lot. And I don't know if he's saying that that's already happened, that it's happened now, but I ain't seen no graves open and no saints of old walking around reigning with Christ. Hell, I ain't even seen Christ. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. But like I said, he's entertaining, and that's for entertainment purposes only. So yeah, let's move on.
So, tell me about your shot on it. Well, this is very simple. Obviously, I know what you're up to. This is a super. What are you talking about? Well, the Super Bowl season, you tell me something. I just want to focus on the summit. I want to focus on the So, tell me about your shot on it.
hear you talk about it and to hear anybody talk about the wokeness was put in place for a reason. Because black people couldn't get into colleges. Because women could not get into the colleges they wanted to go to. This is all women. See, this is not black, Asian, this is all women. Women were not invited to this party. It was a man's world, and we busted our asses to make sure.
These commentators said, we'll be
All right, folks, grab your popcorn because the young, sharp, unapologetic
halfway marker. Previously dishonest me the side of maps of bingo. This whole thing proved that that was a really, really stupid idea from the start. If there's one lesson we can all learn from the Korean axe murder incident and the operation that followed, it's that if America decides it would like to prove a tree, which for God's sake, it does not do anything. Thanks for watching. What do you think that was?
Latinazo, Canada, ya suena. Ai, mi fatine fuja, so Kenya kusere kina makana so no. Maro
Shopify store built for you for free. It's because of Adrian Morrison. It's Shopify. That should be real. Talking about controls. Authorities have been paid off. It's being proven that people are being paid off.
Which sits at the top of the elevation, has the most aether, meaning we have the most normal reality, less magic, less effects, and that's then further down you go beyond the ice wall, to Atlas and Okabara, the less aether there is, which means there's more magic, there's more strange effects, there's more weird plants and animals and cultures, and it just gets weirder and stranger the further down you go. With less aether means the laws of nature and the fabrics of reality don't mean as much. And that's why the two main planets beyond Earth have all the strange stuff I'm going to mention in this video. Aether directly affects things like gravity and light and reality stabilization, which is why the strange things do happen on Earth. Weird odd things can't explain, like not enough time to go on. Why these strange things that happen here happen more often as we know, which is the most important part of the aether in this story is how it affects magic and energies and vibrations. Things like psychic communications and code readings and future telling and soothsaying and all that kind of stuff. That happens more and it's more realistic. Where there's no aether, there's less aether. Things like projections, ghosts, hates, everything like that. Beings in the etheric realm, they can exist outside of the aether. Which is why here on Earth you have sightings like Bigfoot and ghosts and that kind of thing. And magic that can't be explained because there's so much aether here that keeps everything in line. Okay, so just to make sure you're still with me here, you haven't done the video and you're not going insane. Let's recap a few things. In the world behind the ice wall, Earth, Atlas, and Aquaria are on top of each other like a galactic soda connected by their southern poles. And beyond those walls of ice, walls of Mars, whatever, is heated to different planets. And then it is surrounded by this beam which sits at the top of the elevation, has the most aether, meaning we have the most normal realities, less magic, less effects. And that's okay. Further down you go beyond the ice wall to Atlas and Aquaria, less effects, which means there's more magic. There's more strange effects, there's more plants and animals and cultures, and it just gets weirder and stranger the further down you go. With less aether means the laws of nature and the fabrics.
How does he know what the hell he's talking about? Like, I'd like to believe it. It sounds good, right? But how does he know? Has he been there? Like, where the fuck are you coming up with this, buddy? I don't get it. So let's just get past it.
Elon started replying to this guy that phones him off radiation and proving it to you all that his dad's EMF shield works. Okay, hold on a minute. I'm just gonna. They don't stuff developments.
It starts with the government making hits.
It starts with overcomplicated red tape, with retribution, big narratives, and financial attacks. Democracy
banning books. Then it was banning teachers. And I thought, okay, I'm not a teacher. This is a big mistake. Because of course it came to me. The first alarm that we should have noticed was in 2001 when MTV, the independent channel, was taken over.
Staff arriving for work were told their offices and studios were off limits unless they signed a social into NTV's new managers.
I remember how frustrated and angry we were, and we even went to the protest rally. But then it was cold, and we had so many other independent TV channels, so we just went home and forgot about that.
My uncle, who until recently was Prime Minister of Singapore, had this pattern of using police investigations and criminal prosecutions to dispose of or exile his opponents. There have been malicious prosecutions against two leaders of different opposition parties.
The Sandinista dictatorship in Nicaragua sees nonprofits as a threat, including mine. We are focused on democracy work, and that was unacceptable to the dictatorship.
In Hungary, elimination of gender studies was the first step towards the restriction of academic freedom.
When it would be too obvious to prosecute someone for being an enemy of the state, you have to make something else up.
They came after us with the excuse that we had not submitted our financial reports. They didn't give us an opportunity to appeal.
I posted a private Facebook comment to my friends over there, and the Singapore government went after me with a criminal prosecution.
Attorney General has asked the High Court to fine Lee Sheng-wu at least $15,000.
The steps were gradual, and every one of them was unbelievable for me. Looking back, it had been obvious that the government had been going in this direction. A little speech here and half a sentence there.
After we belong, our churches, our families, our universities.
We thought, no way, they cannot cross that line until 2020 when the Hungarian government forced my university to leave the country. Vladimir Putin, he always has the legal steps first.
President Vladimir Putin has signed two controversial security bills into law,
And then he does what he wants.
which designate certain journalists and bloggers as foreign agents.
He was testing the society. Would it be okay for them if I shut down just one channel and then maybe one radio station, one newspaper, one magazine?
Our nonprofit was one of the first to be canceled by the Ortega regime. Right now, we're up to over 3,500 nonprofits.
My television channel was declared a foreign agent. I was declared a foreign agent and blacklisted as an academic in Hungary. I could never get a job.
The regime was saying that I was a financier of terrorism. It would be best if I left the country.
And I fled the country as soon as I could. For blocked its last independent TV channel, TV Rain, those staffers were meeting in the studio gathered for a farewell.
We left Russia.
I will fire the radical left accreditors that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics.
Right now, there is no independent media outlet in Russia. No freedom of speech.
BBC, they're the most dishonest, in my opinion, the most dishonest news organization.
Michael had taken his own personal lawyer and made that lawyer Attorney General.
President-elect Trump's new pick for Attorney General, Pam Bondi. She was also on Trump's legal team during his first impeachment trial.
I called my Attorney General. I said, listen, indict him. Well, he hasn't done anything wrong that we don't. I don't know. Indict him on income tax evasion. You'll figure it out.
I wish that I would have paid more attention to those flashes of authoritarianism. We ignored it because the economy was going really, really well.
I should have known. I'm a sociologist, and I blame myself.
You want to think it's not happening because otherwise you might have to do something.
Take your finances out of the country. Physical office space, they will seize all of your assets.
It is better to fight.
Every person unlawfully jailed, unlawfully harmed is your business.
It is better to refuse rather than to give in. Somebody else will be the check and balance for you. What if I told you there was once a national park where the walls were made where tourists could walk through
Field here is 3x4. That's contract. Those are military. You have a 3x. This is a 12x17. That's a military base flag. It'll look like a contract flag, but it's really a military base flag. And this is the ones that you see on top of your courthouses, because they put a wall on top of the court, advertising for the draft and advertising for the military. If you have a spear on top of your flagpole, it's for military court martials. So anytime you see you walk into a state court, you have a spear on top of the state flag. They may take the federal flag out and just use the state flag, but you're not in the military, so you're declaring a military court martial. Because now you're no longer in North Carolina, you're in a foreign vessel in dry dock. This is a military vessel. That's why they're police officers. They're military. And your eagle is used only for the President of the United States. If it swings her this way, if they're this way, it's postal. If it's this way, it's Vatican banking. So pay attention to the shapes and ornaments that are on flags. There's 11 flags in the United States. Or shaped flag, that's a bold flag. Pay attention to the field. The field here is 3x4. That's contract. But it's square. Those are military. You have a 3x. This is a 12x17. That's a military base flag. It'll look like a contract, but it's really a military base flag. And this is the one you see on top of your courthouse. They put a wall on top of the courthouse.
All right, man. Have a good night.
They're advertising for the draft, advertising for the military. If they have a spear on top of your flagpole, it's for military court martials. You walk into a state court, you have a spear on top of the state flag. They may take the federal flag out, just use the state flag, but you're not in the military, so you're declaring a military court martial. Because now you're no longer in the military. This is a military vessel, that's why they have police officers. Your eagle is used only for the President of the United States. If it swings her this way, if they're this way, it's postal. If it's this way, Vatican banking. So pay attention to the shapes. There's 11 flags in the United States.
That's good information. I like it. It won't help you unless you know other shit, like your rights, some certain laws, if not as many laws as possible. But it's good information. It lets you know who you fucking with when you walk into a facility. Let you know in that facility.
His 25-year-old daughter, Cheyenne, has committed suicide at her home in Tahiti. Cheyenne Branner reportedly had made several suicide attempts before hanging herself yesterday.
In 2021, Hollywood's golden image crashed. A deathbed confession exposed one of its biggest stars as a predator. Another legend's private diaries revealed mob connections that went deeper than anyone imagined. From addiction-fueled violence to calculated abuse of power, these weren't just difficult celebrities. They were something far more sinister. Here's the true story of how some of cinema's most beloved faces hid the darkest souls. James Dean. James Dean was a star who became famous for his rebellious roles and striking looks. He seemed cool and confident on screen. But in real life, things were very different. When he worked on Rebel Without a Cause in 1955, he was hard to handle. He showed up late to the set, and sometimes was still drunk from the night before. One day, he didn't like a line in the script and refused to come out of his trailer. The delay cost the studio a lot of money and upset his co-star. People started seeing him as difficult and unreliable. Dean's personal life was also messy. He had a relationship with Rogers Brackett, a man who helped him get his career started. Dean sometimes threatened to tell people about their relationship unless Brackett kept supporting him. He would act friendly to people when he needed something, but would turn mean if he didn't get his way. During the filming of Giant, things got worse. He became jealous of Elizabeth Taylor's friendship with their co-star Rock Hudson. In one scene, he mumbled his lines and wouldn't look at anyone, ruining the take. The director, George Stevens, thought about replacing him, but the studio stopped him because Dean was too popular. Everyone listening felt drained by his mood swings and demands. Off the set, Dean was reckless. He loved street racing and didn't care about safety. Just a week before his death, he was speeding through Los Angeles and almost hit a school bus. The studio covered it up, but it showed how dangerous his behavior was. Dean died in a car crash on September 30th, 1955, when he was only 24 years old. His death made him an icon, and Hollywood worked to make him seem like a misunderstood rebel. But behind the image was a troubled person whose actions hurt the people around him. Joan Crawford. Joan Crawford, on the other hand, was a Hollywood legend with a dark side. The most troubling stories about her came from her adopted daughter, Christina, who wrote a book called Mommy Dearest in 1978. Christina said Crawford was obsessed with keeping everything perfect. If something was out of place, she would punish her children. In one famous story, Crawford got angry because Christina's clothes were hung on wire hangers instead of wooden ones. This led to a terrifying outburst. Christina also said that Crawford would wake her and her siblings up at night to clean the house. One night, when Christina was 9, Crawford made her scrub a bathroom floor for hours because of a water spot. Her hands were raw and bleeding by the end. Crawford was just as controlling on movie sets. During Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, he had a feud with Bette Davis. In one scene, Davis had to drag Crawford, but Crawford made it harder by secretly putting weights in her pockets. This hurt Davis's back and showed how far Crawford would go to win. Crawford's need for control also showed in her marriages. When her husband, Alfred Steele, died, she took over his job at Pepsi and made sure no one could challenge her authority. She used her fame to intimidate people and stay in power. Even after her death, disturbing stories kept coming out. In 2017, her grandson said that Crawford's daughter, Kathy, had destroyed a tape that could have ruined Crawford's reputation. While not everything about her life is clear, the stories of fear and control paint a troubling picture. Jerry Lewis. Jerry Lewis made the world laugh with his comedy and was admired for his charity work, but his life behind the scenes was full of sadness and conflict. One of the most painful parts of his story was his troubled relationship with his youngest son, Joseph. At first, they were close. Joseph loved the arts, just like his dad, and people said he looked a lot like him. But everything changed in 1989 when Joseph, at 25, gave an interview that shocked everyone. Joan Crawford. Joan Crawford, on the other hand, they lived in multi-million-dollar mansions with ocean view. Joan Crawford. They lived in Hilton. Everyone loved. In 1930, everyone loved Fred McMurray.
My bad, yo. There's gonna be more than that. Diana doing the best.
I'm not here just to sell you a dream because I've lived it. I've been where you are. I'm wondering if change is even possible. And it is. I'm joining in.
Alexa, what is the etymological connection between the word calendar and taxation?
Logical connection. This calendar and taxation has been both derived from the ancient Roman system of taxation. The word calendar is derived from the Latin word calendae, which was the name of the first month of the Roman calendar. The calends were the first day of the month, and also the day on which taxes were due. This system of taxation and accounting was adopted by the Romans, and the word calendar eventually came to mean an account book, as the calends were the day on which accounts were settled and payments were made.
Alexa, what are the key features of postmodern feudalism?
Postmodern feudalism is a concept that describes a new form of societal structure in which public
How is ideological hegemony used to discourage class consciousness?
The reality of exploitation and ensuring people are in a state of false class consciousness.
What is false class consciousness? So, why did John Rockefeller rather have a nation of workers than thinkers? Alexa, how can people build class consciousness? Alexa, what is the etymological connection between
The videos on BBC Free. What are you doing? You've been in this room for hours. I need to fight.
I'm watching TV.
What do you mean you're watching TV? You don't have a TV in the car.
Well, I do now. Yeah. Look here in the car. I'm gonna show you. Okay. You actually can watch TV. So this is live TV that I'm watching, and I'm just using my remote and the device that I have it connected to. But you can use this in any car.
That is crazy.
Yeah, and you can even watch while you're driving. Of course, you're not supposed to watch while you're driving, but your passengers in the car can watch TV while you're driving. You can't do this on any cars at all.
Now that's like a whole upgrade, new age technology.
I know.
That had to be super expensive. Where did you even get that?
I got it right in TikTok Shop, and right now it's under $60. Like,
What?
I could not believe it. And the quality of this, like, this is next level. I can't believe it.
That's like I'm watching the news on TV.
In the car, though. That's what's
Right.
crazy.
That's really nice, baby.
What if I told you the sun isn't a ball of fire in space, but a light projection hidden in plain sight? My footage proves it. Using my Samsung A16 with a 10x50 spotting scope, I captured something that shatters the illusion. Instead of a distant star, I saw a glowing orb with red and blue outlines, what mainstream science calls chromatic aberration. But here's the problem. These outlines don't behave like a natural effect. They form hair-like, flame-like structures around the edges of the sun. This isn't a camera glitch. These patterns are a direct result of polarization manipulation, the same optical trick described in projection system patents. And when I saw those flame-like outlines, I started digging. That's when I found a patent called Reflection Type Projector Device. This patent details how light can be split, filtered, and reconstructed to create an artificial sun. Dichroic prisms and polarizing elements remove distortions, ensuring that telescopes only capture a perfect sun. But my setup isn't using their filters. That means I'm seeing the raw, uncorrected light, exposing the flaws in the projection system. Look closely. When I increase edge detection and polarization contrast, structures begin to emerge. This is not the burning sun we've been told exists. These patterns match the projection layering used in controlled light systems. This explains why high-powered telescopes never capture these outlines. They're designed to see the cleaned-up version of the projection, not its real source. But my footage proves the truth. The sun we see is not a natural celestial object. It's a carefully engineered light system. They weaponized our perception. But now, I have the evidence. And that second sun that everyone sees except people with telescopes, that's what's being viewed when they get past the first layer of light manipulation. If this doesn't convince you, stick around, you'll be amazed what I discover. Share, like, and let's break the illusion together. What if I told you the sun isn't a ball of fire in space, but a light projection hidden in plain sight. My footage proves it. Using my Samsung A16 with a 10x50 spotting scope, I captured something that shatters the illusion. Instead of a distant star, I saw a glowing orb with red and blue outlines, what mainstream science calls chromatic aberration. But here's the problem. These outlines don't behave like a natural effect. They form hair-like, flame-like structures around the edges of the sun. This isn't a camera glitch. These patterns are a direct result of polarization manipulation, the same optical trick described in projection system patents. And when I saw those flame-like outlines, I started digging. That's when I found a patent called Reflection Type Projector Device. This patent details how light can be split, filtered, and reconstructed to create an artificial sun. Dichroic prisms and polarizing elements remove distortions, ensuring that telescopes only capture a perfect sun. But my setup isn't using their filters. That means I'm seeing the raw, uncorrected light, exposing the flaws in the projection system. Look closely. When I increase edge detection and polarization contrast, structures begin to emerge. This is not the burning sun we've been told exists. These patterns match the projection layering used in controlled light systems. This explains why high-powered telescopes never capture these outlines. They're designed to see the cleaned-up version of the projection, not its real source. But my footage proves the truth. The sun we see is not a natural celestial object. It's a carefully engineered light system. They weaponized our perception. But now, I have the evidence. And that second sun that everyone sees except people with telescopes, that's what's being viewed when they get past the first layer of light manipulation. If this doesn't convince you, stick around, you'll be amazed what I discover. Share, like, and let's break the illusion together. What?
They were statues. They looked like 20-foot tall reptilians wearing like leather vests. It was like they were shocked to see me as much as I was shocked to see them. I just saw these like leather straps with this round disc-like thing on their chest, and it looked like they're just looking at me, and it looked like dinosaurs. I mean, they had a face like a dinosaur. And when I circled them back around, I couldn't find that location because I couldn't find them. There's some weird stuff going on back there. If the reptilians are real, then that's where they are. Craig said, "You don't want to go back there." I said, "Why?" And he goes, "Let me show you something." And we started to approach that area. There's a wall here and a wall here, and like a small little trail, and then it opened up into this big lagoon-looking area, and then those carved statues in the back of the pillar laying sideways. He said, "Stop right here." I said, "Okay, why?" And he goes, look at the ground. And there was, it looked like a little fire pit at my feet. And then there was another little fire pit, and then I started noticing they're all over the place. Though there was no rocks around them, and each one had bones in them, big bones. He said, "No, keep looking at the ground as it goes back in." And so I kept looking at the ground, and those fire pits were everywhere. And so I started taking pictures. I had a 35mm camera, pictures of the statues. I took pictures of the burn spots. Later, I looked at the photographs really well, and on the statue that looks like an old man with a beard, there was this little white dome-looking thing on the shoulder of the statue, maybe the size of a cantaloupe, just sitting on the shoulder.
And there was this little tiny wire, like a little squiggly wire that squiggled up and went into the eyeball of the statue. And I'm sleeping there, and sometime wee hours in the morning, around 3:30 in the morning, I hear something. I hear the bushes shake, and those bushes are like 12 feet tall. And I hear, and then I hear this voice, and it said, "Should I get him?" And then another one was there, and he said, "No, I need a dog." And it sounded like a hissing when they were talking. Another one goes, "Okay," and then the bushes shook again. I was like, "Oh my God, they're talking about taking me." The next day, I started researching how many dogs go missing. Thousands of dogs go missing every year. Maybe they were statues.
My name is Dr. Malcolm.
Maybe they.
I'm gonna call bullshit on this, but whatever. I don't know. I'm not there, but I don't know how I would react to 12-foot tall reptilians. That would probably freak me out a little bit. Anyway, let's move on.
My name is Dr. Malcolm Tanner. As you see, I'm inside of a hotel that these people here in Marion, Indiana, caught on fire. They set my hotel on fire a while ago. $1.5 million I put into this building. They set it on fire. After they set it on fire, I guess they figured that it didn't burn down, right? So we boarded it up. They came back in here, and this is Marion County. This ain't regular people. This is not regular people. These are officials that work in the county. They came back and they cut all the wires. They cut all the wires. We're in the walls, cut all the wires. All these wires they cut. All these wires. All these wires they cut off. They didn't steal nothing. They just cut them.
Why?
They didn't steal a thing. They just cut the wires. They cut the pipes. They did all that. Melanated brother. That's melanated people. And people here in general. Hold the hallway. So, I say to the people, we're going to rebuild this. We keep rebuilding it. Rebuilding it. Rebuilding it. They want to stop greatness. Yeah, they can't stop greatness. They can try, but they can't stop what we're doing. This is city of Marion. That's not the people of Marion. The city of Marion. The city. My name is Dr. Malcolm Tanner. My name is Dr.
Damn, Doc. How you, man? I'm well, thank you. That's correct. You have a good night. Stay safe, stay healthy, brother.
Imagine ruling over 12 million people without the wheel, without a written language, and deep in the Andes Mountains. That was the Inca Empire. The Inca Empire, or Tahuantinsuyo, the four regions, was the largest empire in pre-Columbian America. It thrived from the early 1400s until the Spanish conquest in 1532. Their leader, the Ceiba Inca, was considered a descendant of the sun god, Inti. The Incas built incredible cities like Cuzco and Machu Picchu, with stonework so precise that even modern engineers are amazed. They mastered farming in the mountains with terraces, grew potatoes, maize, and quinoa, and even had a unique communication system called the quipi-knotted cords used for record keeping. But in 1532, Spanish conquistador Francisco Pizarro arrived. Despite having only 168 men, he captured the Inca ruler, Atahualpa, using deception, guns, and steel things the Incas had never seen before. Atahualpa was executed in 1533, and within a few decades, the mighty Inca Empire crumbled due to war, disease, and Spanish colonization. But the legacy of the Incas still lives on through their descendants, traditions, and breathtaking ruins. What do you think was their greatest achievement? Follow for more history deep divings. Imagine ruling over 12 million people without the wheel, without a written language, and deep in the Andes Mountains. That was the Inca Empire. The Inca Empire, or Tahuantinsuyo, meaning the four regions, was the largest empire in pre-Columbian America. It thrived from the early 1400s until the Spanish conquest in 1532. Their leader, the Ceiba Inca, was considered a descendant of the sun god, Inti. The Incas built incredible cities like Cuzco and Machu Picchu, with stonework so precise that even modern engineers are amazed. They mastered farming in the mountains with terraces, grew potatoes, maize, and quinoa, and even had a unique communication system called the quipi-knotted cords used for record keeping. But in 1532, Spanish conquistador Francisco Pizarro arrived. Despite having only 168 men, he captured the Inca ruler, Atahualpa, using deception, guns, and steal things the Incas had never seen before. Atahualpa was executed in 1533, and within a few decades, the mighty Inca Empire crumbled due to war, disease, and Spanish colonization. But the legacy of the Incas still lives on through their descendants, traditions, and breathtaking ruins. What do you think was their greatest achievement? Follow for more history deep.
And the ones who procrastinate and wait on grabbing something that they know they're supposed to get.
All right. That everybody born in the 70s got a little mold on their left arm. All right. Why? I got the mold, bro. Y'all see this shit? This shit crazy, man.
No. That's my left arm. Why do I have the mole on my left arm? Y'all don't say I'm making this up. This is supposed to go on. My hand. Somebody think that I drew. Did they really do something to us? I'm not conspiracy theorist, but that is weird. If multiple black people got that same mole on their left forearm. Do you have one?
All right. That everybody born in the 70s got a little mold on their left arm. All right. Why? I got the mold, bro. Y'all see this shit? This shit crazy, ain't it?
No. This is my left arm. Why do I have the mole? Somebody took. Oh, we have the pink one. Easy. Easy. Motherfucker, easy, fuck. Easy. And the motherfucker. The meal. Easy. Easy. Motherfucker, easy. So the U.S. government is very upset with us. They're upset because the TikTok ban did not scare us back to Meta. They're scared because everyone downloaded RedNote, which is a Chinese app. And now they're even more scared because and we're realizing that the land of the free is not the land of the free. We're the land of the corporation. We're the land where when we buy property, we'll never own the actual land because we pay taxes for the rest of our lives. When China buys a house, they pay one tax and then they keep that house for 70 years until they just have to pay a little something extra for another 70 years. So the fact that they're mad is only because we've jumped out of the matrix and everything we've been told about the other side of the country is a complete fucking lie. We're realizing that they're laughing at us because we have to work 2 jobs just to pay our fucking rent and they can live a whole week on $20 in groceries. We woke up. That's it. So the U.S. government is very upset with us. They're upset because the TikTok ban did not scare us back to Meta. They're scared because everyone downloaded RedNote, which is a Chinese app. And now they're even more scared because the Chinese is showing us their lifestyles and how they're living over there. And we're realizing that the land of the free is not the land of the free. We're the land of the corporation. We're the land where when we buy property, we'll never own the actual land because we pay taxes for the rest of our lives. When China buys a house, they pay one tax and then they keep that house for 70 years until they just have to pay a little something extra for another 70 years. So the fact that they're mad is only because we've jumped out of the matrix and everything we've been told about the other side of the country is a complete fucking lie. We're realizing that they're laughing at us because we have to work 2 jobs just to pay our fucking rent and they can live a whole week on $20 in groceries. We woke up. That's it. Point of this station was ingenious. This had never been done before, but very few people were privy to the real purpose behind this space. What was the reason for all the secrecy?
So the entire base was just that reactor.
Cost taxpayers $8 million to construct.
For perspective, it's the equivalent of $71 million today.
The city was shut down. Just moved in and started working. A long railway track under the ice. In the old empire, whenever they were trying to pass something political or slip something by the people, open the Coliseum up. You know what I mean? By now, you should know that all those games are scripted, all of them are rigged. I mean, even if it's just showing favoritism to the most highest paid quarterback, or the one that they have the most stock in, what Taylor Swift shows up to the game. You know, and by now, basketball been fake. I'm the old Sacramento Kings fan. When they robbed us in 2002, I've been on the fake trail, and it bothers me that the referee that was involved with that actually gets arrested. Gets out, goes on a whole campaign where he's telling you who's scripting, what crew they would put out, how they were doing it. Totally says all this. That's the thing that worries me about people. It's like they just want to be told to right in front of your face. I don't know exactly what, but basically they're wearing in the old empire, whenever they were trying to pass something political.
What's up, TikTok? What's up, gamers? It's me, Jeremy, February 4th, 2025, and let's go ahead and dive into DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. Their role, what they're really going after, Elon Musk AI, and how it connects to the cancellation of the Department of Education. All right, so you have to look at the United States as a corporation. It technically is a corporation on paper. What is a corporation's main cost? When it comes to cutting budget, what's their main cost? The thing that they can't stand. It's labor. Okay, it's labor. The federal buyout, they're attacking labor that way. You have Elon, the head of one of the largest AI developers. The AI infrastructure bill was just passed. Okay? Department of Government Efficiency, and next to the Department of Education. Well, Rockefeller, back in the day, who created our education system, said, I do not want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers. So if you look at our education system as nothing more than creating workers for a corporation, and now the United States corporation has AI technology coming in through Elon Musk, you don't really need the Department of Education. You don't need all that funding and all that money because you don't need the workers anymore. They don't need you. Are you starting to put all pieces together? Okay, this is just facts. This is just connecting the actual data. Department of Government and Efficiency. They want to cut labor because all companies want to cut labor first. So they're doing the federal buyout. They know people aren't going to come back to work. People have got to teach like their families, their loved ones. They're not going to come back to these office buildings and be around people and energies they don't really care about, they don't really mesh with. We were also given TikTok and all these things to create lifestyles away from job. So that's not going to happen. So you're going to see a collapse of the federal workforce. You're going to see a collapse of the Department of Education and the public school systems because they're interlinked. The schools were there to build and create workers for the companies. Companies now have AI. That's right. All the users in New Jersey
100% deposit match out their first deposit of at least $10. Up to a max match of $1,000 in casino bonus funds. And you get bonus spins on selected slot games. Jackpot City Casino offers the best slot games, table games, and live dealers, all at your fingertips. Plus, you can try the daily bonus wheel with up to $330 in rewards every day. So don't wait. Experience the most rewarding real cash on a casino by checking out Jackpot City Casino today. About 90% dry. I usually never really dry. I throw in like 90% and let it do whatever it's gonna do. I can have a little softer than it was before. It smells really good. My hair was leaving conditioner. So look for a good hair moisturizer.
Hey, what the fuck, man?
Elon Musk. Trying to sacrifice me to his friends. He's going to be a bitch. When he was 30. They are subject to taste stain. That is Elon Musk's former nanny talking about what happened when he would play with these ancient Egyptian artifacts that his mom had that he was obsessed with. And he used them one day to put in a circle and open up what she allegedly says was a portal. Welcome back to part 2 of the previous video I made. That's the same with Asher, where I talk about the occult, spooky, and everything in between. And it's really her, by the way. I have verified that video of her speaking is real because she talks about it often. In the previous part, I explained to you that I would let you know what I think is going on on right now. Anunnaki. Right? The fallen angels. They did not go away, they evolved. But in ancient Mesopotamia, they also had this ideology of something called the perfect race. It said in ancient Mesopotamia that they would leave behind the instructions to create this race. It was to remain pure, and it was only supposed to be done by someone specific so that it would not mix with us humans. And there was a great flood, the Anunnaki left, and they would one day later return when this being was able to recreate what they needed them to return to our planet. They were obsessed with alchemy, gene flexing, all type of stuff in ancient Mesopotamia that pertained to the Anunnaki. But some Anunnaki stayed on Earth, and I believe they just evolved throughout time, creating different versions of themselves, but still remaining in charge. There was this pyramid that I saw floating around, and it explained perfectly what I meant, but I'm going to use this for literal, just explanation purposes. As you can see, there is a pyramid here. Holding up the rest of this pyramid, essentially. At the top are those higher beings, and right here are people like Elon. There's a reason that boy is obsessed with space. Starlink. He's trying to bring that back. He's quite literally still doing exactly what his name said. In his communication, he is not anything of Christ. It's with the fallen. And that's what she was talking about when she said the beings in the portal. Some similarities or acknowledgement to God. That's because they fell from him. Stay with me. I'm going to make another part because again, these videos are too long. These are just stories that will blow for entertainment purposes only, and thank you for reading these books with me.
The elite wants you to think no one has returned from beyond the ice wall, but the truth, some have, and their accounts will haunt you. I shouldn't be saying this, but you have to know. The land, it's alive. It watches you. It knows your name. One survivor described forests where the trees hung with energy, so loud it can drive you mad. They said the air was thick, like breathing through a nightmare. Another claimed they were stalked by something they could only describe as the gazer, a creature that never moves but always sees you. The closer you get, the less you remember who you are. And then there's the explorer who found ruins, monuments older than any human civilization. They said the carvings weren't written in a language but in thoughts. It was speaking directly to my mind, they wrote before vanishing. It's not just the creatures, it's the place. It changes you. You feel like you're being unraveled and rebuilt into something else. Leaked government files describe changes in the returnees, heightened senses, strange scars, and an obsession with going back, like they were being called by the land itself. The survivors speak of one thing they all saw, the edge of the world, a void so vast and silent, they said it was like staring into the mind of the universe itself. But here's the twist. Every single survivor has disappeared. Were they silenced? Or did they go back? The elite wants you to think no one has returned from beyond the ice wall, but the truth, some have, and their accounts will haunt you.
I shouldn't be saying this, but you have to know. The land, it's alive. It watches you. It knows you're there.
One survivor described forests where the trees hung with energy, so loud it can drive you mad. They said the air was thick, like breathing through a nightmare. Another claimed they were stalked by something they could only describe as the gazer, a creature that never moves but always sees you. The closer you get, the less you remember who you are. And then there's the explorer who found ruins, monuments older than any human civilization. They said the carvings weren't written in a language but in thoughts. It was described forests where the trees hum so loud it can drive you mad. They said the air was thick like breathing through a nightmare. Another claimed they were stalked by something they could only describe as the gazer, a creature that never moves but always sees you. The closer you get, the less you remember who you are. And then there's the explorer who found ruins, monuments older than any human civilization. They said the carvings weren't written in a language but in thoughts. It was speaking directly to my mind, they wrote before vanishing. It's not just the creatures, it's the place. It changes you. You feel like you're being unraveled and rebuilt into something else. Leaked government files describe changes in the returnees, heightened senses, strange scars, and an obsession with going back, like they were being called by the land itself. The survivors speak of one thing they all saw, the edge of the world, a void so vast and silent, they said it was like staring into the mind of the universe itself. But here's the twist. Every single survivor has disappeared. Were they silenced? Or did they go back? The elite wants you to think no one has returned from beyond the ice wall, but the truth, some have, and their accounts will haunt you. I shouldn't be saying this, but I have to know. The land, it's alive. It watches you. It knows you're there. One survivor described forests where the trees hum so loud it can drive you mad. They said the air was thick like breathing through a nightmare. Another claimed they were stalked by something they could only describe as the gazer, a creature that never moves but always sees you. The closer you get, the less you remember who you are. And then there's the explorer who found ruins, monuments older than any human civilization. They said the carvings weren't written in a language but in thoughts. It was speaking directly to my mind, they wrote before vanishing. It's not just the creatures, it's the place. It changes you. You feel like you're being unraveled and rebuilt into something else. Leaked government files describe changes in the returnees, heightened senses, strange scars, and an obsession with going back, like they were being called by the land itself. The survivors speak of one thing they all saw, the edge of the world, a void so vast and silent, they said it was like staring into the mind of the universe itself. But here's the twist. Every single survivor has disappeared. Were they silenced? Or did they go back? The elite wants you to think no one has returned from beyond the ice wall, but the truth, some have, and their accounts will haunt you. I shouldn't be saying this, but I have to know. The land, it's alive. It watches you. It knows you're there. One survivor described forests where the trees hum so loud it can drive you mad. They said the air was thick like breathing through a nightmare. Another claimed they were stalked by something they could only describe as the gazer, a creature that never moves but always sees you. The closer you get, the less you remember who you are. And then there's the explorer ruins, monuments older than any. They said the carvings weren't written in a language but in thoughts. It was speaking directly to my mind, they wrote before vanishing. It's not just the creatures, it's the place. It changes you. You feel like you're being unraveled and rebuilt into something else. Leaked government files describe changes in the return.
Welcome to the Baxter Building.
We make a point to do family dinner every week. Sunday at 7 on the dot, no matter what. We're all here.
This all's coming. So now there's military, transport, offensive vehicles in front of Ben Affleck's estate in Brentwood. Some comments about, oh, they're just there investigating drones, or may have been caught on some home security cameras. And what's the FBI doing at Ben's house, searching for fugitives to investigate the drone? Now, military vehicles in front of Ben Affleck's home. They could have been anywhere. They could have been anywhere else in front of anybody else's house. But here we are now in front of Ben Affleck's house. A huge Humvee-style military transport personnel carrier with guns on top.
so I used to spend hours playing mobile games.
So, you finally got.
According to traditional Chinese medicine, the liver and kidneys need to be cleaned regularly. This is chrysanthemum wolfberry tea. This small bag contains Ningxiao wolfberry, nourishing the liver and kidney. Shani chrysanthemum clears the liver and clears the eyes. And Anwei Zhuomingzi, moistening the intestines and defecation. A total of 8 traditional Chinese medicine recipes are a cup a day. Prevention is better than a pound of medicine. After a month, you will be energetic. Take it away from the lower left corner. According to traditional Chinese medicine, the liver and kidneys need to be cleaned regularly. This is chrysanthemum wolfberry tea. This small bag contains Ningxiao wolfberry, nourishing the liver and kidney. Shani chrysanthemum clears the liver and clears the eyes. And Anwei Zhuomingzi, moistening the intestines and defecation. A total of 8 traditional Chinese medicine recipes are a cup a day, better than a pound of medicine. After a month, you will be energetic.
To make it enough. Come on. 94, 95. I think, I don't know about that. I think this is more than 2000.
Can't kill. Good shit. That's what I need, some music.
We could take it back to 94. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know what? I saw that the other day, Shawty Virgo. Man, right?
Oh my god, did you know the first mention of mermaids actually came from the Anunnaki, the ones that created us? In fact, it was half Anunnaki, half fish. Did you know the first centaur was mentioned by the Anunnaki. Did you know the first Chimera or Griffin was mentioned by the Anunnaki? These are the guys that created us, don't forget, with evidence. That's all proven now. Did you know the first dragon was mentioned by the Anunnaki? And yes, the Cyclops, as well as hydras and so many other mythological creatures, were all mentioned by the Anunnaki. Guess what? They also created us humans, and that's all been proven. And if you're ready to learn now that you know all of this kind of stuff, just go to my website, outtruthhistory.co.uk, search for whatever it is that you're interested in at the top, and you will find. Oh my God, did you know the first mention of mermaids actually come from the Anunnaki, the ones that created us? In fact, it was Anunnaki half-fish. Did you know the first
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Clear the way.
Okay, so y'all gotta understand why this lady is going viral right now. And we're going to break this down right here. And in order to do this, we have to listen to the full video.
My plan is to reconstruct this whole country, okay? I'm asking for 100K or more. I need 20K by this week, okay? And pockets, in cash, okay? That's the demand to the government. The government is going to fix up these buildings, fix up these streets, and clean up these streets. If we make it down here, I'm doing right there, okay?
So a lot of people are mocking this lady and finding it hilarious because they don't understand like why these people aren't listening to this lady. But I ask you this: why would a whole bunch of people get together with all these microphones just to listen to one lady? This represents a double entendre because she represents the melanated woman, the power of the melanated woman coming back, the matriarch energy coming back, right? But it's funny because it's always been here, but y'all just never listened. That's why y'all mocking her. That's why you guys find it hilarious because y'all never listened to her. Y'all put her in the background. But this is the age of Aquarius. You're going to be forced to listen now. Esther is speaking. This is why she's got the icicle on her shirt because we are saying bye to this old cycle. This is why she's demanding for these governments to clean up these streets, right? What did Donald Trump say? Donald Trump bows no golden age. He said, I was saved by God to make America great again. I was saved by God. Well, who is God? Well, if you study Hindu mythology, the idea of God is represented as generator, operator, and destroyer. You have the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer. That literally is the woman, the melanated woman. She's the creator because she brought you into this world, right? She's a preserver because she nurtures you. And she's a destroyer because she can take you out. One of the famous saying by our women is, right? I brought you into this world.
I'm done with you, buddy. With your bullshit.
That background noise. Watch what I look.
Man, get in here. Get in here. Get in here. We got to reveal secrets about this book. And we're going to find the history of this book by Mr. Thomas.
I don't know if anyone else has put together the connection between Paul Hellyer and the 4 species that he said the United States government is working with, but one of them was the Nordic blondes. Now, this being that they found in stasis, which by the way, they didn't just find the being, they found the being a while ago. These interviews are new. Why? Great question. Would it be all of the activity that is during the book? So, I knew everyone's like, oh, he's in Georgia, he's in Georgia. He's also telepathic, like wherever he was. He probably has an accent playing off of it. Whether or not it sounds like a language we can recognize today, that doesn't mean that they're from Russia or France, you know what I mean? So, I'm encouraging everyone to follow their own discernment, look into everything. There's so many connections here. The Age of Disclosure trailer. Dr. Stephen Greer was just on the Sean Ryan podcast. There is so much to put together that it's a lot to take in. And there's also a lot of people that this is going to like shatter their belief system. So have patience with yourself, do as much research as you can. Use your discernment. Whether you believe what I believe or not, I don't really care. Just so you know. So all of the laughing comments, Keep them up. Honestly, you're getting my views higher, and I appreciate it because it's going to reach the people it needs to reach. And that's all I am trying to do. So I hope you have a great day. Go watch the interview if you haven't seen it. It's literally on my page, or you can find it across various other accounts on various different sites. But the pictures that were posted from the mission that got the egg out of the cave, I don't know what to call it, the pilot, said the technology that they have picked up the craft and moved it through the mountain. They have technology that we can't even wrap our heads around. Our greatest scientists have no idea that this shit exists. And our greatest scientists that are actually our greatest scientists, we don't know their names. Because they've been working on this, and they can't tell people what they're working on. Even though it would change the course of humanity, it would literally remove poverty. Do you guys understand the implications of zero energy and the technology of manipulating space-time? Like, it's not even astrophysics. I can't even barely wrap my head around all this. I don't know if anyone else has put.
Cat Williams continues to expose Hollywood's biggest secrets, but has it finally caught up with him? There are two sides to every story, but there's only one. In the city of Compton, Hollywood Tank Martin arrived. He was a prominent gang member with a massive chip on his shoulder. He carried a large bag of Popeye's chicken. Tank was accompanied by a man who concealed his identity. He greeted the numerous gang members paroling the exterior. Both men entered the gold house, taking the stairs to the basement. A small room sat at the end of the corridor. Tank pushed open the door. Inside, Cat Williams pleaded with a look of panic. Did you get the honey? I can't eat biscuits without honey. Everything is in the bag, boss. Where is he? He's right behind me. In the door's frame appeared Dave Chappelle. Welcome to my fortress. Dave's eyes were wide awake, taking in the modest accommodations. I've seen better looking homeless encampments. You come up with that all by yourself. Tank retreated to the hallway, locking the door behind him. Dave kept a weary eye on the shadows underneath the door. Things can't be this bad. Dave's judgments while searching for honey in the Popeye's bag. Yeah, the threat is afraid to come here. I feel like I can trust you. I need to show you something. Television on the screen says he thought his interview with Shannon Sharp. What am I watching? What years do you notice anything peculiar about that interview? Staring at the television with great intensity. Look at that. What am I looking at? Dave is right there. Dave peers into the screen, hanging on every frame. Why is my watch on my left wrist when I always wear it on my right? Dave took a few steps towards the screen. Look, I have a drink in my hand. So what? Dave, I haven't drank in 15 years. I don't drink anymore. Well, you made an exception that day. The rings I'm wearing are made of copper. I'm allergic to copper. A frustrated Dave turned to the television. I risk my life coming to Compton for this. Stared into the empty space between him and Dave. His eyes softened. His tone was like a whisper of silk. 3 years ago, I started writing a book that held Hollywood's biggest secrets, like Bernie's death and why Kevin Hart, a man that's 5'3", is a movie. Hey, options traders, did you know if you buy these seeds once, you're never going to have to buy seeds again, and that's because these are heirloom seeds. And there's 30,000 of them in this package. Honestly, even if you manage to use up 30,000 seeds, you can still have seeds forever because the produce that comes from these seeds can be regrown with seeds from that produce. That's not the case with hybrid seeds. Heirloom is going to be the best quality, and if you look in the back here, you can see what some of these seed packets inside look like. This has all your staples, your tomatoes, your fruit. Government now wants you to know one truth, and that truth is that UFOs are real. They've already done told you. Sometimes when you want somebody
to know a truth. It's so you can set them up to believe a lie. And that's coming. I have zero doubt that that's coming. Specifically, see it right now. Take it in the shower. Come with that. Tell the lie before it's told. They can adapt. That wouldn't be wise. I'll tell you privately, but I would really think about if you want to put this in your show. For real. That's a real thing I'm doing. So will you think about it before putting it in your show? Okay. So UFOs are real. They've been here a long time. And that's the truth. But the lie is coming. All indications, like all of them, is that that lie is going to be that there's a craft slowly making its way to us here on Earth. And that is the lie they're going to want you to believe. So you know what's how they explain that? The nature of that threat. That 100% is the lie you are going to be told. You even got a date. People have been whispering a date for a long time now. I know where that lie comes from. I know specifically what document from the 70s initiated the idea of that lie. A classified document. That is the lie you will be told. You're going to be told that there's a craft on its way to Earth. That's the lie. Send you two texts today. The year. Confirmation. I'm not going to propagate that lie. It's not going to be part of it. I'm not going to say it to the camera and everybody else. Just start paying attention. And they'll change the date, especially if they see this. Things will change. Because maybe I'm trustworthy, maybe I'm worthy of your trust, maybe I've told you the truth the whole way through, and now you can verify it. They're not kids. They're not fucking dangerous. You've been told the truth about UFOs for a long time now. It's been pretty orchestrated. It's been pretty clear. It's using people that are telling the truth and want to tell the truth. I go straight to the right. They want you to know UFOs are real. Thank God. We're halfway there. Follow that. They want you to know the truth.
Should I follow to Harrington? Because you're giving me two different directions.
So you can go straight through here. Like, do you know this area?
I do not.
Okay. If you make this right turn and this left very quickly.
Make the left. Okay, yeah. That's what it's telling me to do.
Think about it.
Okay.
Pull it out now before they do it. I'll be called crazy. The government now wants you to know one truth. And that truth is that UFOs are real. They've already done told you.
No worries.
When you
No
want
worries.
somebody to know
It just threw me off. It never gives me two different. It doesn't give me a choice. Yeah, it gave me a choice that threw me off.
And that's coming. I have zero doubt that that's coming. Specifically, bro, give me 6 weeks.
Our viewing hour.
The footage you are about to watch is taken almost
sovereignty as a theory. Funny thing, force alone can be explained. Buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they told us. You're 90 million miles away. No, it is not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is.
Americans are the real American Indians. This is well known and hidden in clandestine communities. Look, if we come out and tell you, then we couldn't steal from you and occupy your land. The day you find out about land patents is the day you'll be free. That's the secret.
I am not a real quote unquote Black American. The real Black Americans are truly what was referred to as the American Indians. Everyone knows this. It's time they take their land back. They have land patents. Nobody is stopping them but them. We will continue to control them until they realize it. I was put into this position to trick them into thinking they have some type of leadership from their community. But truth is, they don't. We rob their security interest and their land and make attempts to try and sway their vote.
Black Americans are the real American Indians. This is well known and hidden in clandestine communities. Look, if we come out and tell you, then we couldn't steal from you and occupy your land. The day you find out about land patents is the day you'll be free. That's the secret.
I am not a real quote unquote Black American. The real Black Americans are truly what was referred to as the American Indians. Everyone knows this. It's time they take their land back. They have land patents. Nobody is stopping them but them. We will continue to control them until they realize it. I was put into this position to...
Is this really fallen angel technology? The only reason I'm saying that is because this guy's about to 1000x magnification into the CPU of your Apple iPhone. Check this out. Watch this right here and tell me if this doesn't blow your mind. That's a human hair right there. This is the Apple CPU. It's a little chip that's in your phone or your computer. Yeah. Watch it and tell me this is not fallen angel technology. I don't know what to say. Nobody can make something like this. A laser can shoot down that far and create something like this. The only reason I'm saying that is because this guy's about to 1000x magnification into the CPU of your Apple iPhone. Check this out. Watch this right here and tell me if this doesn't blow your mind. That's a human hair right there. Yeah, watch it and tell me this is not fallen angel technology. I don't know what to say. Because nobody can make something like this. A laser can shoot down that far and create something like this.
guy's about to 1000x magnification into the CPU of your Apple iPhone. Check this out. Watch this right here and tell me if this doesn't blow your mind. That's a human hair right there. This is the Apple CPU, the little chip that's in your phone or your computer. Yeah, watch it. Tell me this is not Power Angel technology. I don't know what to say. Nobody can make something like this. A laser can shoot down that ore and create something like this. Yay. Technology. The only reason I'm saying that is because this guy's about to 1000x magnification into the CPU of your Apple iPhone. Check this out. Watch this right here and tell me if this doesn't blow your mind. That's a human hair right there. This is the Apple CPU, the little chip that's in your phone or your computer. Yeah, watch it. Tell me this is not Power Angel technology. I don't know what to say. Nobody can make something like this. A laser can shoot down that ore and create something like this. Optimize your sleep without needing to wear any devices. Let the pod do the work for you. Tap to adjust. Need to hold down, tap the bed twice. Want to warm up, tap the bed 3 times. Bonus feature, the base automatically lifts your head when it detects that you're snoring. How cool is that? Want better sleep every night? Tap a little bit, check out Eat Sleep, and get ready to wake up feeling amazing. The pod for Ultra from Eat Sleep came out recently. Your 3 mind-blowing features. Tools on, temperature control. If you're lucky enough to share a bed, you can both control your sleep temperature, whether it's heating or cooling.
Really? Because it's sending me, it told me to turn here. Should I turn around?
Adjust the temperature to optimize your sleep without needing to wear any devices. Let the pod do the work for you. Tap to adjust. Need to cool down, tap the bed twice. Want to warm up, tap the bed 3 times. Bonus feature, the base automatically lifts your head when it detects that you're snoring. How cool is that? Sleep every night.
So instead of taking this turn, go straight out?
Yeah, it's correct. Ultrasound came out recently. Your 3 mind-blowing features. Dual zone temperature control. If you're lucky enough to share a bed, you can both control your own sleep temperature, whether it's heating or cooling. Waiting over the fence. This feature tracks your sleep and automatically adjusts the temperature to optimize your sleep without needing to wear any devices. Let the pod do the work for you. Tap to adjust. Need to hold down, tap the bed twice. Want to warm up, tap the bed 3 times. Bonus feature, the base automatically lifts your head when it detects that you're snoring. How cool is that? Want better sleep every night? Tap a little bit, check out Eat Sleep, and get ready to wake up feeling amazing. The pod for Ultra from Eat Sleep came out recently. Your 3 mind-blowing features. Dual zone temperature control. If you're lucky enough to share a bed, you can both control your own sleep temperature, whether it's heating or cooling. Waiting over the fence. This feature tracks your sleep and automatically adjusts the temperature to optimize your sleep without needing to wear any devices. Let the pod do the work for you. Tap to adjust. Need to cool down, tap the bed twice. Want to warm up, tap the bed 3 times. Bonus feature, the base automatically lifts your head when it detects that you're snoring. How cool is that? Want better sleep every night? Tap a little bit, check out Eat Sleep, and get ready to wake up feeling amazing. The pod for Ultra from Eat Sleep came out recently. Your 3 mind-blowing features. Dual zone temperature control. If you're lucky enough to share a bed, you can both control your own sleep temperature, whether it's heating or cooling. Fighting over the thermostat autopilot. This feature tracks your sleep and automatically adjusts the temperature to optimize your sleep without needing to wear any devices. Let the pod do the work for you. Tap to adjust. Need to cool down, tap the bed twice. Want to warm up, tap the bed 3 times. Bonus feature, the base automatically lifts your head when it detects that you're snoring. How cool is that? Want better sleep every night? Tap a little bit, check out Eat Sleep, and get ready to wake up feeling amazing. The pod for Ultra. Why say
To the left?
Yeah.
Take a moment to subscribe to this channel, like and share this video. Click on the notification for more videos about the mysteries of the Bible. It is well established that Moses was beloved by the nation of Israel, especially at the end of his leadership and life. But like all great leaders before and after him, it came a time when God had to call his beloved prophet. The impact of his departure was so profound that it took an entire month for his people to mourn. The passing of the prophet of God left many Israelites unsure of their path to the promised land. They were close, yet so far away. They could feel the nearness of the promised land, but the death of Moses made it seem farther than it had ever been. For many, death symbolizes finality. It symbolizes the end of one's earthly contributions and sacrifices. It signifies the beginning of another journey. But with every journey initiated by death comes something else, something that symbolizes the nearness of the departed, the memorization of the departed. With death comes burial. So it ought to be for Moses, but it was not. But why not for Moses? What was different about the death of Moses? The answer is in Deuteronomy 34, verse 6. It says, So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, in accordance with the word of the Lord. And he buried him in the valley, in the land of Moab. And he buried him in the valley, in the land of Moab. Moses is the only person in the Bible
To try to control the pornification, is that the word, the pornification of our culture. If essentially music's Oscar ceremony, this kind of thing is happening. Just in case you haven't seen the pictures,
Bianca Sensori's genitals are on full display. And of course, she doesn't have a body that fully looks like an adult woman, because that'd be too dreadful, wouldn't it? To see a normal adult woman's body naked on the carpet of the Grammys, the red carpet of the Grammys. Something deeply odd going on there. There's no point in trying to control the pornification. Is that the word? The pornification. Even though I tried to break it, heaven knows that. Look at this. Oh, perfect.
See this right here? I just walked out the mall, y'all, a few minutes ago. And I went to the jewelry section because I wanted to go get a ring. And the jeweler saw this on my arm. He asked me, "Is that real copper?" I said, "Yeah, that's real copper." And I took it off and he saw that it has magnets at the bottom of it. And he was like, "Yo, where did you get that?" I said, "I got it off the TikTok shop." And I said, "Why?" He said, "I've been looking for something like that, man." He was telling me that copper has a lot of health benefits, and when you add magnets along with it, it raises the benefits of the magnets. So I was like, "Yo, really? I did not know that." But when he was explaining that to me, I was like, "Okay, cool." I mean, I do feel good in my hands. Like, at first I was not that vascular. I don't have a lot of veins in my arms and stuff like that. But as you can see, this is my first day wearing, and I got little veins coming up right there. I mean, I don't know if that's because of this situation, but yeah, I got little veins coming around right there. So I guess it's doing its thing. And again, it's my first hour actually wearing it, and it's doing that for me. So I said, "Okay, cool, man. I'm gonna hit you up with the link, man." I told him where to get it at. I got it on TikTok. So what I'm gonna do your thing for what I did for him. Click the link right down here, and you can get yours for the low. See you soon. before backwards, and there was 3 8 to 10 earthquakes in 43 days. Chicago, the Grand
You gotta explain why it was a priority to put doorways that go nowhere in the tunnel. How do you get that up there? How do they know the same techniques as another culture across the globe? Why is the older stuff more advanced than the newer stuff? I don't see any worse. I wouldn't know how to get water up here, but man, the mountains still work. We only know how they did because we 3D scanned it. Not only did they know how to get it up there, they delivered it to the citizens via art. No one gives these guys enough credit. They thought these were for food or like grinding grain up. They fill up with water one day and someone notices the angle at which they reflect, built up to observe sections of the sky during specific times of the year through the windows of the surrounding building. Then we realize this whole place is aligned to the skies and the sunsets. Here's the deal: when someone comes in and takes all your stuff and enslaves you people, they get to hear your story and make your people look like idiots. South America, Africa, India. Strange that they all have some form of this guy. All of them just so happen to have the most unexplainable stuff. Utterly unsatisfactory explanations for what it was.
I'm just gonna say it, they shouldn't exist. So Machu Picchu isn't even the only city in the area that's 8,000 feet high. Machu Picchu is even higher. To explain how they got to do that, you gotta explain why it was a priority to put doorways that go nowhere. Tonight, the small town of Penrose, just over 3,000 people, is the site of a massive tragedy. So we were there first to write the story, first on scene, and from our understanding, sheriffs opened that front door, and they basically said there are bodies literally stacked everywhere. And the entire floor was covered in probably shin-deep brown sludge, which was really a mixture of decomposition matter, body fluids, blood, I mean, you name it. I had to go in wearing hazmat suits because the coroner would later call it a, quote, biohazard inside. You know, it's just one of those memories that I'll always carry from this story, which is standing there and having flies buzzing around everywhere. And the smell coming from the building was unmistakable. Not that I know what a dead body smells like, but this gave me a pretty good idea. Tonight, the small town of Penrose just
the greatest threat to a corrupt system is not an army. It's one individual who refuses to conform. From the moment you took your first breath, it seemed to conspire against you. Coincidence? Absolutely not. Science tells us that even in a chaotic universe, energy moves with intention. So why does it feel like the forces around you have been relentlessly trying to suppress you, distract you, or outright destroy you? Because you're a threat. Think about it. Why would a toddler with crayons and an unshakable sense of wonder suddenly become the target of criticism, control, and doubt as they grow up? Because deep down they knew you were different, dangerous, even dangerous, not in a villainous way, but because you were moving riot to challenge the status quo, dismantle lies, and break free from the invisible chains society depends on to keep itself comfortable. Here's a fact. Mobsters that outgrow their shells must endure excruciating pain to expand. You, my friend, are the mobster of the human experience. The world has been trying to stuff you into a shell you were never meant to wear. And every time you stretch beyond it, someone panics. So here we are. You're a chosen one, a disruptor, a frequency breaker, the type of person who terrifies people not because of what you do, but because of who you are. And you've been after you since birth. Why? Because they know the truth. If you ever realize your full power, you'd burn that fragile system to the ground. You have a gift that most people don't even realize exists. The ability to see through lies, manipulation, and hidden agendas. You can walk into a room, have a casual conversation, or even glance at a situation and instinctively know where something isn't right. This ability isn't something you were taught. It's hardwired into your being. And because of that, people who have something to hide can't stand being around you. It's not that you're trying to expose them either. You're just being yourself. But your energy, your clarity, and the way you carry yourself have a way of pulling back the curtains on other people's motives. They don't even have to say a word. You can feel when someone's intentions don't align with their actions. It's as if the universe equipped you with an unshakable internal radar that's always tuned into the truth. This is why, from a young age, certain people try to knock you down. Teachers, authority figures, or even peers may have tried to gaslight you and make you feel like you might be imagining things, but deep down, you are too.
these in price big time after I looked at yesterday.
Most people don't even know what Canva's a free video editor.
Oh yeah, we can definitely talk about that. So video quality into how and deceptive everything we know about the research on all of that. There is a little tree of every single time. But space, how it links the ocean, that garden in years. Nice. Did enough research, and honestly, I could never really know. I really could never know about Antarctica either. However, Earth's journals is what gives me enough evidence to be like, okay, something is not making sense. I don't know. I just like all this stuff else, but I can't believe it. Into Antarctica.
Amazon mystery boxes on Brand Spot. Every week she gets these. She's gonna spend $5 to get don't have a head, and their facial features should be are on their torso.
You'll be surprised by how much we print in my family. And by we, the family throws their tasks at me to handle, but not anymore. The HP Smart Tank comes with 2 years of ink. We can even print up to 8,000 color pages without running out. With the HP Smart Tank, you get the best everyday print quality. Look at these vivid color prints. I can print from anywhere from my HP Smart app. The HP Smart Tank from America's most trusted printer brand. Check out the HP Smart Tank printer. You'll be surprised by how much we print in my family. So I just stopped something. And type in Target Santa. So I just stopped something. And type in Target Santa. So I just stopped something.
Yes, you don't believe in Santa either, do you?
These turkey deals are real. Yeah, did you hear that? It was Santa Claus. And he's like, weirdly hot. This year.
Let me guess, you don't believe in Santa either, do you?
These turkey deals are real. Yeah, did you hear that? It was Santa Claus. And he's like, weirdly hot. This year.
Let me guess, you don't believe in Santa either, do you?
These turkey deals are
board, Veronica. Do yourself a favor and search Target Santa right here in the search bar. And before I say you're welcome, let me just say that whoever's in charge of Target's marketing team deserves a raise. Because the way this Santa, I believe his name is Chris or something like that, he has all the girlies in the chokehold. I've seen like 10 TikTok videos about this already. Now, don't judge me, but I do not think that I'm Target's target audience when it comes to this. Now, everybody has a preference, everybody has a different taste, everybody has a different flavor, but they definitely reach their target audience. This needs to be an example.
Okay, I'm back. Yes, my eyes are real. This is my real color. There's no filters. I don't have any filter in actually at all. I used to use filters, started red light therapy, and now I don't have to use them anymore. I do skincare and red light. I actually design my own mask, so super excited. My line is going to be launching hopefully in January or February 2025, and you officially named it in one video. So my new line is going to be called Filter Base. You guys are great, and to get back to the whole Santa thing, which all the rage was about, IRS e-file, but we were doing a secret thing.
All right, people, I'm shutting it down. You all have a good morning. It's hump day. Do y'all do? You heard? All right, one.